Hope you are feeling rested and better, Zekiah.
Oh, yes, y'all. What is up, everybody? How we doing? Hope everybody's doing all right. Yes, the plan is for a full stream today. Yes. I feel pretty good. The fatigue monster has not hit me yet, so feeling all right. Feeling mostly better. Mostly cured of the illness. Well, over the illness, I guess. Not cured. But you know what I mean. And my mouth is minty fresh. Yes. I just brushed my teeth, so. Suppose I get on camera. I can get on camera here. Yeah. Let's cram myself onto the camera. So what's up, everybody? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever you are all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III, and we're going to play Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time Randomizer for SpencerAWest's, the winner of the February If Then, has chosen this. And he's chosen a seed for me to play. And I'm excited to get into it. There is one thing I wanted to set up first. Well, before we get like deep into it, there is one thing I wanted to okay, hold on. Okay. So I got this set up. That's good. That's fun. Now, what I was thinking about doing is like capturing the randomizer like box.
It's so refreshing to have
that
a
I have
streamer of
to,
such
you have to
professional
poke.
hygiene, discretion, and animal gratification.
Let's see. Something like that. Yeah, something like this. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. Hold on, I'll show you guys what I'm looking at here in just a second. Well, that doesn't help. Okay. Like this thing. That thing right there, like the box of stuff that I have to like, that I have to get or whatever. Do I like, oh, Spence is telling me what to do. Okay. You can detach the item window in the browser and just capture that. Should be under extras, okay. Oh, detach item window. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, okay. That's cool. Oh, and then just capture the window. Okay, so instead of doing display capture, do a window capture. Add source. Add a window capture. OOT tracker. And then... There we go. Oh my god, look at that. Holy shit, that was easy. I don't know where we want it. Like, is there a place we want it? Should I move myself? Yeah, let's move. We can move this to the side. Let's see. Move. Capture card. Move that over like that. I can sit on the box. That's weird. Okay. Put it on the bottom with you on top. Okay. No, god damn it, no. Ugh. There. Something like that? That'll work. Okay. There. Gotta have the gold outline. Because the top of it looked weird without that gold outline. Okay. Can you line up the bottom? Okay. Oh, oh, that's so, it's weird. The game is, yeah. The game is, there's a black line at the bottom of my screen too. So I gotta, okay, let me pump up the game a little bit. No, that doesn't help. Oh, fucking son of a bitch. Hold on. Dude, what are you doing? Ugh. Okay. See, as you can see, the black line at the bottom, that's what I'm seeing on my monitor. It's funny. It doesn't actually cover the whole screen when I alt enter it. There. Now we got it. Now we just got to adjust this. Oh, okay. There. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Okay. Excellent. All right. Good enoughters. Isn't that right, Corencius? It's a good enoughters. All right. Anyways, yeah, so we're going to play Legend of Zelda Randomizer. I've never done this before. I've got my list of stuff to track. Once I get stuff, I mark it like so. And then I can right-click it to unmark it. And there's, oh my God, there's so much shit. There's so much shit in this. There's so much shit. Oh my God. It's going to be fucking crazy. All right. Let me thank some people real quick before we begin. Thank you to Sidero with 87 months. Vincent gifting out 5 subs at the top of the day, giving out to Snopey DePopey, I guess. Revenant Forge, Craig Looney, Bucky Tronic, and Lindsay. And Joanne Hutch. And then Hunting with 38 months and Banelink with 6 months. Thank you so much. Tobacco Harm. Oh. No! Need some Picard? No! 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 Okay. So, let's start our journey. So if you want to play this seed, I'm playing on, oh, Spencer will know what the randomizer is called. I can't remember what it's called. But if you want to play this seed, it's Compass, Green Scale, Steel Gauntlet, Rumble Pack, and Heart Container. Name. Perfect. The sound effects are randomized. So, do you want to go over what exactly you've randomized there, Spencer? Wait. Okay. No funny name? Okay. What's a funny name? Like, I know like people like to do my dude. How about like you dick or something like that? Doesn't it? It's like, you dick, you're here. Oh, can I do a space? Oh, so now you saying I should do you dink? So it rhymes with Link? Okay. There we go. You dink. Oh, it's you, you dink. That's right, okay. So I only need the one stick. The right stick is the C buttons. Wow, a fairy. Finally a fairy came to you, you dink. Wow, that's so great, I'm so happy for you. You're a true Kokiri. Is that right? The Great Deku Tree has summoned you? It's quite an honor to talk to the Great Deku Tree. I'll wait for you here. Get going. Go see the Great Deku. Okay, so apparently in the Kokiri Forest, in here there are 6 things I could get. That meanie Mido made me cut the grass at Saria's house. Mido told Saria he would do it so she would like him, but I'm the one doing all the work. You and Saria are close friends, so will you help me cut the grass? Oh, yeah. I will, as soon as I find something to cut it with. Oh yeah, he won't let me go. He's a dick, we hate him. Oh yeah, no, I played and beat this way back when. Yep. I was more partial to Majora's Mask, to be honest. Majora's Mask was my jam. How old was I at the time? 33. No, I don't know. Hey you, Mr. No Fairy! What's your business with the Great Deku Tree? That a fairy, you're not even a real man. What, you've got a fairy? Say what? The Great Deku Tree actually summoned you? What? Why would he summon you and not the Great Mido? This isn't funny. I don't believe it. You aren't even fully equipped yet. How do you think you're gonna help the Great Deku without a sword and a shield? Okay. You should at least equip a sword and a shield. Oh, but that's the problem. I won't be able to... I might not necessarily be able to find a sword and a shield, will I? Why are the hearts blue? Zeke, do you have a frame guy? Because I just painted the toilet? No, I don't. Oh, fuck me! Oh, so all the colors are rando. That's cool. Oh, don't do that. Talk to that bitch. God damn it. Grab it. Thank you. Press up to change your view. In a place like this, it will switch to top-down view. Okay. Also, when Navi is displayed, the upper right corner you talk. Oh, press that to listen to her. Okay. Right. No, I don't. I'm fine. Oh, there we go. Okay. No, I don't care. Okay. Daft Knut, thank you for the 13 months, you Knut. Yep. If you press it again, luckily the release or transfer the next object. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, so it'll automatically switch targets. Okay. Okay. Nope. Oh. What does Navi have to say? Come on, be brave. Go in the Deku tree. Oh, right. It'll change. Okay. Okay. Well, yep. Yep. Hey, there we go. First treasure box. House of the Know-It-All Brothers. Okay. Well, that sucks. Thanks. Time to go on a quest. All right, where do I go, Spencer? Since I can't get to the Deku tree without a sword and a shield, I gotta find it somewhere, right? I didn't think I could get out of here without a sword and a shield. Okay, there are some in the village. All right, all right. Oh, here we go. Oh, wait, what's this? Oh, these are just, oh, right on, okay. Hey, the fairy slingshot, I can mark something. Bing. Magic, I can use magic. Is that a thing? Is that something I can mark? Fifth row, okay. Membership card, strength upgrade. Oh, is it magic power? Yeah, okay, magic power. Okay, I got magic. Cool. Blue rupee, damn it. Okay. God damn it, another blue rupee. All right. So let's. There we go. Equip that thing. Okay. Nope. Nope. Okay. Pull it out. And I want to, oh, God damn it, I want to use it. It says I have 30 nuts, right? Oh. Oh, you press the same button. Okay. 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 Oh, and my fucking magic bar is red. God damn this color randomizer stupidity. Hey, let me, yes. There. Yes, that's how you use a fairy. It's so great that you finally have a fairy partner. I'll teach you how to talk to people using your fairy. Yeah, look at that person. Press Z. Z targeting. Yep. Okay. Oh, the Kokiri shop. Welcome. Oh my God, I have 39 rupees. This shop sells things you can get in the forest for free, teehee. Can I, will rolling through the bushes actually destroy them? No, it won't. I can't even pick them up. I'm too freaking small. Whoops. Oh, I can pick that up. What? Oh, that bum. I don't know, he's always mean to everyone. This is true. Forest strangers in them okay, need to be ready for anything. Better find a weapon. You can buy a shield at the shop. There's only one sword hidden somewhere in the forest. No, would you go up the ladder? No. There's my shield. Okay. I got my fucking shield money. And Spencer, he assured me that nothing that I have to get will require me to do any like speedrunner moves, like, you know, special like bomb jumping or you know, like side like or back running or anything like that. I can get it just by walking. Okay. I have the shield. That noise, Mole? No, I would not like to buy anything else. I don't have any money. Thank you. Okay. All right, so I have checked. Okay, I checked Mito's house, chest 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. The Kokiri Know-It-All house. Oh, this is the Boss Mito. That's the 4 chest house. Okay. Yeah, the house of the Know-It-All brothers. Okay, I have checked in here then. Yeah, he won't let me out though. Okay. There's another exit, okay. Oh, right here. This hint is in another castle. Beautiful, thanks. Oh, the Lost Woods. Oh, fuck. I can't remember the fucking... What was the fucking... It's like... What? Help me out, guys. What was the Lost Woods? The music, right. I can't hear it. That's not it. Oh, right. Oh, hold on. Do I get anything for this? Oh, I do. Okay. Oh shit, we did it! Let's go! We got the Kokiri sword! Woohoo! We are in go mode now! Boom. Kokiri sword get. Oh, wait. Oh, whoops. Don't press that. There we go. No, put it away. Yay! I can do stuff! Oh, I forgot to check off the Deku shield, right. Thank you. Oh, the Goron City.
Fast as fuck randomizer run Pod.
Wompologist, thank you for 59 months. Vile Dreams gifting a sub to Cummies for Harambe. Fucking Jesus. JLC with 5 big years, thank you so much. Okay. Zeke, I've had to play damn near the whole game before finding the Kokiri sword. The seed was kind. That's good. Thank you for finding a kind seed for me. Bitch, I got a sword. I got a shield. Yeah, get out of here. Fuck you. Oh, Deku stick! That can't be a thing, right? I don't need to mark down Deku stick. No, it's not a thing. Okay, no. Okay. Yeah, apparently Deku stick is the best weapon in the game. It's used to beat Ganondorf, right? Yep, Steam Next Fest demo days all week next week. That's all we're doing. We're doing nothing but demos next week. There's gonna be some rapid fire fucking shit happening. I mean, for the time being, yes, Unganga. I'm sorry, this sickness just fucked me up, dude. It fucked up my entire, like, plan of playing high on life. And all the things I was going to do, like, it really just threw a wrench in everything. Stop it. Just give me that. What are you doing? Oh, there. That's okay. Okay. Spencer? 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 Oh my God! That's my heart fucking noise. Oh my God! That's my low health noise. Oh, I hate you. I hate you so much. Oh, I hate you so much. That is so evil. I thought the noise was a glitch. I really did. I was like, oh, the fucking game glitched out. I'm gonna have to reset the game. Because no one would be that cruel. There you go. That one's from Nalgaroth. Hey, Spencer. I got a piece of heart.
Zeke 1, Zeke 2.
I'm really glad I got a slingshot right away. Nope, I got it. Yep. You dink. All right. Opposite controls. It's opposite day. All right, Pyro the Beast with 19 months. Thank you, Pyro the Beast. Also, Prince Ali giving a sub to Zelda's Big Muffin. So apparently this mode has randomized items. Okay, this is what Spencer told me. He said it's randomized items, like, you know, the sword, shield, and all that kind of stuff. Like everything in the boxes are randomized. However, everything is gettable without having to use like speedrunner tech. So I don't have to do like bomb jumps or anything like that. No speedrunner tech. I can walk there and, you know, complete the game. But also, the colors, as you can see, the colors are randomized for everything. So that red bar, that's my magic bar. My fairy is a black spot rather than a, I don't know, blue, green spot. My outfit is randomized color. Yeah. So colors are randomized and sound effects are randomized as well. Well, some of them. Oops. No, they're not random rooms. No, we're not that cruel. Not random rooms. Oh, and keys are randomized within a dungeon. No token sanity. Standard doors, glitchless logic. Yeah, there you go. He knows. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Thanks. Uh-oh. Are you, dude, really? No, this way. Yep. 3D platforming. Gonna be awesome. There. Yeah. Press start. There we go. And then we go like this. Put it away. Okay. Haha. Oh shit, I got the Song of Time. Let's go. Corny Rigel, thank you for the 12 months. Where is that on my randomizer? I see the Prelude of Light, Nocturne of Shadow, Requiem of Spirit, Serenade of Water, Bolero of Fire, Minuet of Forest. Second to last row. Oh, it's the image? Oh, there it is. Jeez, okay. Wow, okay. Oh, I don't have an ocarina to play it, though. Oh, so gold Skulltulas still give me gold Skulltulas. Okay. That's something I never got good at. Okay. 2 pieces of heart. This might be a long one. It might be, but hey, listen. You had a 13-hour meeting? What the fuck kind of job are you at? No. Scott. Scott. That's a veto. I am vetoing that.
This is a test bit alert for Chair 10000.
It's already gonna happen enough, man. Sorry, bud. Checking out for the day. Think I'm sick too. Wait, there isn't only
jack
just
off into my mouth. I jack off into my mouth. I jack off into my mouth. I jack off into my mouth.
I guess we're gonna have to sit here and listen to how much I jack off into my own mouth for the next 5 minutes.
Hey, 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 hey. What a perfect example of a Zeke string.
Okay. Thank you, Crimson Cage, for 10 years. Holy shit, 10 fucking years, Crimson Cage. Good lord. Long time having motherfucker. Thank you so much. Spencer, thank you for the bits. Even though I hate it. Oh, yeah, okay. When you jump off a high cliff, if you hold forward, you'll roll on the ground when you land. You won't get hurt from the fall. I can't guarantee it'll work, though. If the cliff is really, really high, hey. Well, try it if you're feeling bold. Oh, my God. Yes, overstimulated. Yes, I get there a lot during my streams. Bomb chew bag, huh? Okay. Is that a separate item from the bomb chew? Oh, the Daegu dungeon map. Nice.
Today's weather, cold.
Good God. Today's weather, cold. It's gonna be that kind of day, huh?
Needed to be said.
Oh, okay. Fucking Scott! I'm going to mute until you fucking remove that. Yep, it's gonna be that kind of day. Okay. Thanks, Spencer.
1,
Thanks, Goody.
2, 3,
Thanks, Gas Dog.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Eat my asshole! Just all the noises, all the overstimulation, all the noises, please. Fuck.
What do horses eat?
Okay, I remember how to do this. I just gotta get. What do horses eat? Hey, hey. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's what horses eat.
Hey, 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 hi, hey, hello, howdy, hey, howdy, hey, hey.
Okay. Oh, that one's gonna fucking, yeah, okay. Fine. No, not a bomb chew! No, get the, no. Oh, that's right. Get that and then aim up. There. Caracas Dragon, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. To Gastal, the Lectafuzz, Graphis Me GG, Vapor Dream, Wolverine, and DePenguin 98.
Hey.
Anonymous gifting a sub to Sorry Not Sorry.
Hey. Hey.
Prince Ali, thank you for the bits. Stryer also with the bits.
Eat my asshole!
Hey.
Pete with the bits.
Hey.
Royce with the bits.
Hey. 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 Hey.
I'm just gonna pretend it's the beginning of
Hey.
that Tool
Hey.
song.
Hey. 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 Hey.
Hey. Here we go. You ready?
Sean! Sean, where are you? Sean! 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 Sean!
Okay. That one wasn't as long as I remembered, but. Ah!
Hey Ziki, hey Ziki, hey hello. Eine Bratwurst feet, hey.
So, okay. I have to make it with that flaming stick. Oh my god! Please! Please! The madness! Please! Dear God, the madness!
Hey, 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 hey.
I thought I had to have fire to do that. Okay. Nope. Nope. God damn it. Oh, that's right. Okay. Just take it out and then aim it. Jesus. Oh, these old controls take some getting back used to. Holy fuck. You want my newest one, guest dog? All right. My newest one is this one.
I become horny single guy.
I become horny single guy. No, honestly, it would be easier with that. With this N64 controller. Oh, okay. Song of Storms! Sorry. Does anyone know where the sailors are? Do you know where the sailors hang out? How about Chinese people? Do you know where the Chinese people are? That's a good long $50 fucking alert. I can't target him? Why can't I target this guy? How do I get this? Off the ledge, okay. Don't Z target, okay. I can't, how do I jump slash without Z targeting? Dude casually gets 50 bucks and is like, oh cool, must be nice, eh? Yeah, Gassy, it is. It's very nice. No, they spent 50 bucks, like, the alerts are there to annoy me. Oh, run and jump off? Oh. Just run at the ledge.
Lay down
Okay.
your weapon. It is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come upon the heart, upon the heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Marabar.
All right,
This one gets our response, Gassy.
there you go. You know, because at some point 50 bucks becomes like that's as much as I'm willing to let you pay me to fucking annoy me like this. But this alert is getting super old, super fast. Yeah, $5 for that? Fucking steal! No, normally I'd make a bigger deal out of the $50 tip there, but I'm overstimulated right now. I have too many things going on, and I can't comprehend anything at the moment. I can't. You were supposed to be my friend, Max.
I agree, it's a steal.
You were supposed to be my friend. I thought you were my friend, Max. Apparently I was wrong. This whole time. I'm sad. Okay. Can I take this stick? Oh, I can. Ah, there we go. Okay. Jesus. Oh, there it goes. Oh, come on! You fucking little prick. God damn it! Okay. The order is 2, 3, 1. Oh, what? Oh, nope. What? I can't. That's stupid. Okay. Oh my god, stop jumping off of the fucking things! Oh, okay, so maybe I should get in the water. Dive down. Dive down! There you go. I didn't think I could press this block because I don't have the boots. Oh, I can? Oh. I thought I had to have the steel boots to do that or whatever the fuck it was. Okay. Yeah, those are way later, right? Yeah, sure. Ow! Grab! Thank you. Yep, do that. Sure, why not? Well, that costs magic. I didn't even realize. There's no magic gauge though? Yeah, the magic gauge is red because the colors are randomized in this. No, God damn it! Fuck! To shreds, you say? Man, those things are not nice. Oh, Spencer. Oh, Spencer. I'd rather die. I'd rather die than hear that. Oh, I hate you so much for that. You just love that so much that you did that. That's the sound of my heart. Okay, the block is still dropped, so we're good. Oh, whoops. Okay, fine. Oh, you fucking prick. Oh, okay. Yep, I fucked up. I know. I get it now. I know where I am now. How did you know our secret? How irritating. It's so annoying that I'm going to reveal the secret of Queen Goma to you. In order to administer the coup de grace to Queen Goma, strike with your sword while she's stunned. Oh, Queenie, sorry about that. Poops out of heart. It is a bit annoying that nothing gives me magic. It's not giving me magic or bomb chews. Oh, the music is also randomized, by the way, apparently. DJ Night!
DJ K Gun Zika Haj Gun.
What up, baby? Thank you, DJ Night, for the 121 months. Okay. I love the music in this fucking boss fight. It's so underwhelming. God damn it, how many times is it gonna take? Jesus! There, god damn it, die! Just trying to be dope like you, man. Thanks, buddy. I'm feeling less than dope this last week. Fuck, I got sick. Hey! A compass! Swell! Thanks! Oh, what am I even doing? Just get in there. Oh, he doesn't even give me a heart container, huh? So helpful. I got a Deku nut. I got that Deku nut. Is there a... That's a consumable, right? That's not on there. Perfect. I got that big Deku nut. Oh, I marked it already. Okay. Wait a minute. Doesn't the Deku tree tell me stuff then? He doesn't like say anything? But normally but he took too long and he already died. Oh, I skipped the long ass monologue? Oh. Well, shit, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. He tells you that he's proud of you and that you matter. Well, that's kind of important. But now we go into the world, right? He also said, don't forget about your Twitch Prime. Oh shit, I just get the Fairy Ocarina. Okay. Swell. There you go. Fairy Ocarina right there. Bleep. Oh, nope. Hold on. There you go. I got the fairy one. Bleep, bleep. Okay, now... Can I get Epona, like, right away or not? Oh, I don't get Epona until I get to be an adult, do I? Right. So I have the Song of Storms and I have the Song of Time. That's Lon Lon Ranch, right? Apparently there's 3 chests to check there. What are you doing hanging around here, you little weirdo? I'm Ingo and I mind the ranch. I've been working at this ranch for a long time for that lazy bum Talon. Today, for example, he's got somewhere for a delivery and he hasn't come back yet. So I'm doing all the work around here. Oh, well, it's tough to be a working man. Indeed. What else? Please, please. Oh, I can definitely jump up there. Okay. No chests in here then. Is that box something I can shoot? No, I can't even pull out my fucking thing. Okay. I don't know what that bongo drum is. No, if I attack the chicken a lot, I know I get a, like a, they all come and get me all at once and just destroy me. All right, let's just get out of here. Let's go somewhere where we can actually do stuff. Oh, there we go. Oh, but it won't matter. I can shoot this thing all I want. But I can't get it. Because I don't have the hook shot. Or the boomerang. Alright, let's go to Hyrule. Or whatever that fucking town is called. Or do we go to the castle first? Or do we go to the city first? Yeah, Cocorico Village. Yep, they're not gonna lower the drawbridge for a guy like me. Thank you, Hobby. I appreciate it. I appreciate your be right back screen too. That was very kind of you to make. I used it for my Twitter post. Oh, because it's night? I don't even know how is there a way to wait for daytime? Just wait. Looks like it's almost daytime now. People are disgusting. My own father and mother are disgusting. You must be disgusting too. Yep. You know it. Well, there's supposedly 11 items in Cocorico Village that I can check for. Oh, time doesn't pass in towns. Oh, fun. Isn't dinner ready yet? It's 4:54 already. Great woman Impa opened up this village to us poor folk. Well, make yourself at home. Food isn't ready yet, though. Okay. All right. That's the sound. That's the chicken sound. That's the cock-a-doodle-doo. Yeah, I got the ocarina after leaving the something is thumping. Oh yeah, by the way, if you have any demos you want me to check out for demo week, because we're gonna do Steam Next Fest demo days next week. It's gonna be nothing but demos all week. So give me your demo suggestions. There's a special tab. It says demos. Demo suggestions. Put them in there. Put the links in there. Any demos you want me to check out. Yes, I do have the Song of Time, in fact. The young man that don't have any ambition. You know what I mean, kid? My workers are just running aimlessly around the village and they're not making any progress at all. Even my own son doesn't have a job and he just wanders around all day. They're all worthless, I tell you. It doesn't even put it on the screen? Oh, there we go. Okay. Song of Time is right A down, right A down. Okay. That. Oh, that does nothing here. I had to do it in the Temple of Time. Oh God, gather 7 cuckoos. Jesus Christ. Apparently we're still doing it. Apparently Scott left it on. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Sure did. One more.
Still doing this.
Why the fuck did you remind people? Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money. Yes, thank you. Oh, this is where I can collect butterflies if I need to, I guess. No, let me talk to that guy. Or not, whatever. Fuck it. I don't care. I can't get down, so all I can do is look at Death Mountain. Okay. Oh, right. Yarg, I'm cursed! Yarg, I'm cursed! Is that all they say? Thought one of them said, like, how many Skulltulas I have to gather. Okay. Grab it. There you go. Three. This is 4. There's one in there. Graveyard, right? Okay. Oh, come on. Jesus, she looks like a monster. I hope everybody who's paid for those alerts is just giggling to themselves like it's so funny.
You could, you'll do, you once, you could do so, you'll do, you could you want them to do you so much you could do anything?
Jumper can make a lot of money without much effort. The only thing I can think of is thievery. Is that a bad idea? There's no shop here. Well, fuck. My little boy isn't here right now. I think he went to play in the graveyard. As little boys do, you know. I would change the alert, Zeke, but you never guess this will... But you will never guess this. I don't want to. We are in a pickle. Also, I don't like punctuation. The fuck are you blabbling? Oh my god. Hey, magic! They finally start giving me magic back. Look at that. Oh, and bomb chews. How nice. There you go. Timed him out for you. Thank you, Kiss Glue. Enough of your nonsense. My little kids can't go on the heart-pounding grave digging tour described on the sign. Since I can't do that, I'm just imitating Dampé the Grave Digger all day. But with my cute face, I'm not heart-pounding at all, am I? The Great Digger Tree wanted us to visit the princess at Hyrule Castle. Should we get going? Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's do that. But actually, before I go, can I get these chickens yet? How do I get that fucking chicken back there? Go round, around. Oh, what fun. I'm so happy. I'm a music man who loves to go round and around. Use a chicken and slow fall towards it? Okay. What the fuck was that? No, please. No. Stop grabbing. Don't do that. Okay. Oh, fly towards the fence and let go of the chicken? Oh, wow, okay. Oh, okay. There we go. Oh, let's see what this thing says. They say that a lakeside lab diving experiment rewards Furore's wind. Rupees. Wait a minute, what are you doing back over here? Oh my God! Can't move the camera like that, dipshit. Oh, fucking hell, the other one went back to where it was. Son of a bitch. Yeah, some of the sounds are randomized too. Some of the sounds in the music. Okay, so how many do I have? I think I have 5? Yes, I have 5. Where's the other 2, guys? One is in a box, okay. And one is in the windmill? There we go. Thank you. All right, got my cock in the box. Oh, up that, oh my God, I gotta go up that ladder? There it is, yep. So I need a chicken to get that chicken. Fuck. Cluck! I mean, yeah, I should have said cluck, you're right. Cluck!
Hey Zeke, can you link me to a good place? Love from Norway, Bouvet Island emoji, Bouvet Island emoji.
Thank you so much, Edagichi. I can link you a good place, yes. No, hey. Oh, Jesus, just target the chicken! All right, there we go. We got him. Thank you for the 45 months there. All right. I'm done. Now shut up. Okay. Give me something good. I will give you this to you. It's fine glass and should be useful. Please take good care of it. What is it? Bomb bag! Hey, we got the bomb bag. That's fun. Bombs! Yeah, we had bomb shoes, so bomb bag is nice to have. Bum bag? You mean a fanny pack? All right, let's go. Time to do adult Link stuff. Oh my. Isn't this the farm song? This beard is my pride and joy. Doesn't it look luxuriant, kid? What? You're looking for a guy from Lon Lon Ranch? Maybe. Saw a guy with a shabby looking beard delivering some boxes to the castle. Are you going to the castle, fairy boy? Would you mind finding my dad? He must have fallen asleep somewhere around the castle. What a thing for an adult to do. Tee-hee. Oh yeah, if you will look for him, I'll give this to you. I've been incubating this egg very carefully. Tee-hee. I got weird egg. Is that on there? I don't think that's on there, is it? They say a giant pot in the Shadow Temple holds a map. Thank you. Oh, fuck. Roll a D12. Okay, you got it. 1D12. A 9.
Hey there, silly little sailor. Welcome aboard my boat.
There you go. Do you really want to go through the gate? Oh, let me think about it. Okay, but in return, give me 10 rupees. No. Tisk tisk. Oh, really? Okay. Dr. Claw gifting a sub to Fairy Boy. Yeah. What are you looking? What is this? Okay.
Shit the fucking bed, almighty.
Shit the fucking bed, almighty. Whoa! Dead end. Nuh-uh. Not when I've got bombs. Oh, do I need a special song? Zelda Lullaby, okay. Yep, I don't have it yet. Poop Doctor, thank you for the 110 months. Dude, the guy let me in the gate! You fucking chiseler. Man, it's been a long time since I played this. I don't remember this fucking guy being such a dick. Zeke, were you ever a fingerless glove guy? For a very small amount of time in I don't remember if it's junior high or high school, but yeah. Yeah, I was. A very short amount of time. A chicken hatched from the egg you're incubating. Behold the miracle of life. The fuck? I don't even remember what to do with that. Is that just a chicken I can pull out? Oh, yeah, okay. It's just something I can show to people. They say the Shadow Temple hoards a slingshot. Oh, I got that. That's nice. Alright. Fucking lame. Am I doing this right? Am I supposed to, like, sneak in? Okay. God, it's been so long. Eat my fucking butthole! Looks like butthole's back on the menu, boys! Oink. Listen, I'm gonna regret this. Or not. Oh my god, okay. Wing! Can a person get a little shut-eye around here? Who might you be? I'm Talon, the owner of Long Lawn Ranch. Well, I went to the castle to deliver some milk and I sat down here in the rest because I fell asleep. Malin was looking for me. I'm going to catch it from her now. I messed up bad, leaving Malin behind to wait for me. Oh, shit! Better get the fuck out of here, goddamn. I show him my cock and he wakes up. But so does everybody. It works on everybody. Before I do that, should we go in here? Oh, we can't get over that little tiny lip there. That's funny. So that's not a real door. That's the sound of the cuckoo. That's the fucking chicken. Signaling it's morning time. Whoa, what the fuck? I thought I could step on that shit. What? We did it! We got Zelda's letter! Is that this? Oh, Zelda's letter, the cuckoo, egg. Okay. Oh, does it skip cutscenes? I didn't skip it on purpose. It must, this randomizer must skip cutscenes. We don't need no cutscenes. Okay.
Got a hay fast.
My attendant will guide you out of the castle. Don't be afraid to talk to her. Oh yeah, muscle mommy, let's go. You got the hover boots? What the fuck? Okay. Now these aren't things, this isn't something I should wear all the time, right? Oh, I can't even wear them. Oh, I can only wear them as adult Link, right? What does Zelda's letter even do for me? Oh, lets you go up to Death Mountain. Okay. Lets you get into a good college. So now we go back to Kakariko Village then? Vile Dreams has gifted a sub to hey-oh. Vile Dreams, or Dr. Claw giving a sub to Frozen Ego. Very nice. Oh, wait, no, it's over this way. I wish I could go to the mask shop in town to buy a present for my kid. Sigh. Okay. Every time. Shit. Oh. Well, I crawled up that wall. Okay. Didn't look like a wall I could do that to, but I'm down. I'm one of the Gorons, the stone-eating people who live on Death Mountain. Look at the huge boulder over there. It blocks the entrance to Dodongo's cavern, which was once a very important place for us Gorons. One day, many Dodongos suddenly appeared inside the cavern. It became a very dangerous place. On top of that, a Gerudo in black armor used his magic to seal the entrance with that boulder. If you want to hear more Goron gossip, head to our city. Goron City is just a little way up the trail. It won't take much longer to get there, even on foot. Probably gonna take more than a regular ass bomb, right? Apparently not. Jesus Christ. Just stay on your feet. Oh, now we can enter the cavern. You're so smart. Well, I think I should go to the town first, just in case. Jesus Christ. Stand up! They say that a beautiful fairy lives on top of Death Mountain. Do you want to see her? Sure. No, God damn it.
Goron dumps must be absolutely fucked if all they eat is rocks.
Follow the trail along the ridge, along the edge of the cliff, you'll reach Goron City, home of the Gorons. Oh, okay. Oh, that's the morning. Purple rupee, that's 50 rupees. Not ultimately useful, but we're rich. Tronic, thank you for 28 months. Swedish Meatball, thank you for the 28 months as well. I'm standing here to shade the sun, shade the bomb flowers from the sun. No. Jesus, don't fall down there. Oh. I thought that was like a secret thing. Okay. Play Song of Storms? Where at? By the bomb flower? Oh, in the rock circle. Oh. I will, as soon as I remember how to play it. A down, up, A down, up. Okay. Right, okay. Circle of Stones, Song of Storms. I get it. They say that inside Ganon's castle hoards a piece of heart. Oh, good. Great clue. Great, another Deku Shield. Thanks for nuttin'. Giddy up! Everyone feels faint from hunger because of the food shortage in town. We're in danger of extinction. It's all because we can't enter our quarry, the Dodongo's Cavern. We Gorons live on a diet of rocks. And the most delicious and nutritious rocks are found in the Dodongo's Cavern, but it seems like ancient history now. We become such gourmets that we can't even stand to eat rocks from anywhere else. I want to eat the top sirloin rocks from Dodongo's Cavern. No, you fucking... Damn it. It's so difficult to do that. Oh, I can't do it without a bracelet. Right, I have bombs, but oh my God, please stop doing that. Oh my God, please stop doing that. Your brother has shut himself up in his room. I will wait here until the royal family's messenger. That's Zelda's letter, though! Oh, I gotta have the song. Oh, fuck. Got him! Why did you stop me? Don't stop me here! You can't stop my wild rolling! The wild rolling is the only way to relieve my stress! Now standing off my wild rolling! Oh, wait, oh shit, what? Wait. Oh, I need to stop him right here. If you can stop my wild rolling, you might get something great. Oh, here we go. Yeah, all right. Bring, 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 bring. All right, I'll give you this in praise for your courage. Oh shit, the adult's wallet. All right, I'll take it. That's fine. That's just fine. Bloop. There it is, the adult's wallet. It's also got nudie pics in there, which is fun. Three maxed out credit cards and a picture of your ex-wife who you're still in love with. Sad as it may be. Oh, fuck me. Yay! Oh, the fucking hook shot! Let's go! And some rupees, but the hook shot, holy shit. That's a huge win. They say all toasters toast toast. Jack Pit. Did I do the thing yet? I don't even know what that means. There we go. Oh, hi, Bubba. Taking a puppy break? Okay. Come here. Come here, puppy. Oh, yes, my good bubby. Oh, my big bubby. Oh, yes, my big boy. Oh, I want to take a puppy break. That's okay. We can do that. Oh, yeah. We do the headbutts. Yes, we do the headbutts. You know, is that your favorite thing? Yeah, just the scratches. Oh, yeah. There's a good boy. Yeah, I know. You can't really see him all that well. Here. Is that better? You can sort of see him now? Yeah, there you go, boy. There you go, boy. Alright. All right, what do you got? Hey, It's dangerous for a little kid like you to come down here. You might fall down. If I'm not mistaken, you came out here right to eat the red stone. Well, too bad it's not here. What? That's not why you're here? You're looking for a spiritual stone? You must mean that delicious looking red stone that was once displayed here. I was so hungry that I thought it would be okay just to give it one tiny little lick, so I snuck out here, but it was already gone. I think Big Brother took it away. He always says that everyone is after that red stone. Big Brother has shut himself up in his room saying, I will wait here for the royal family's messenger. Okay. Oh my God, please. Okay, so real quick, how normally do you get the Goron? Oh my God. Oh, fuck me. I love this community that I've created. How normally do I get the Goron bracelet? In the dungeon? Which dungeon? The Dodongo dungeon? I thought in order to get to the Dodongo dungeon you had to have the Goron bracelet so you can get the bomb flowers. Oh, you gotta have Zelda's Lullaby, which I don't have yet. Ah, okay. Okay. Heart? Anything? Do these things give me hearts? Oh, they do, they do! Oh my God, thank Christ. Oh, thank Christ. Fuck me. Looks like there are many lava pits around here, so watch your step. Oh, okay, I see. I can have the hook shot. I'm not adult Link. No, it's just it's different because like you have in the regular game there's a progression. You know, you get this, then you open up this, then you open up this. This you have to like skip over shit, come back to shit, and like You'll have some stuff, but you'll have some stuff to skip, and like, it's fucking weird, man. Randomizers are so weird. Oh, god damn it. I bet it doesn't like smoke to get in its eye. Smoke, huh? Oh my fucking god! I give up. I will sell you a Deku shield. It's 50 rupees. No, what? Hey, fuck you. Oh, does he always say Deku shield and it could be something else? Oh, I didn't even think about that. Fuck, that didn't even cross my mind. Thanks. Well, without like, oh my god, without bomb drops, like the bombs make it real convenient, but I gotta get bomb drops in order to replenish, and I don't know where the fuck I'm gonna get those. I mean, I do still have bomb shoes. And thankfully, once the doors are bombed, they stay bombed, right? Oh, fuck you! They say that catching big pose leads to heart container. Okay. I can't dig up the bomb plants because I don't have the Goron bracelet. Well, there goes all my bombs. I still have 18 bomb shoes, so that's nice. Fucking damn it. Fucking damn it. Fuck you with that. Oh my god. Ah, so bad. Ah.
Lubricate your index finger and tell the patient you are going to insert your finger into his rectum and that it will be cool.
Tell the patient you're going to insert your finger into his rectum and it will be cool. All right. I gotta go to the bathroom. So we're going to take a short break here. Don't worry. I won't leave you on the hey. All right. So you said you had another BRB? Okay. Thank you. All right. Saving. Oops. Saving. Okay. All right, let me get those. There we go. Okay. Should have our new BRBs. Perfect. Thank you, Javi. All right, I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Welcome back, everybody. Let's keep going with this Zelda randomizer. Oh, shit. Right. I forgot. I still. No. No. Well, that's one wasted. I hate this. I hate this. I just want to die. Just fucking kill me, thank you. Oh, Phil Spencer left Microsoft? Well, okay. Did he leave or did he get fired? You know what? Doesn't matter. He probably is fine. Probably was like, I'll leave or get fired, whatever. I don't care. I'm Phil Spencer. I'll be good. Oh, he retired. Okay. He is retiring, but the person that was meant to replace him quit as well today. Oh, funny. Dude, I gotta say, man, Phil Spencer probably has, you know, he has so much money. Just so much money. And, what a great life, though. To be like, okay, I can just retire and I don't, oh shit. I don't have to worry about money. I can just fucking play video games and fuck hookers for the rest of my life. It's gonna be all right. Everything's cool. Dude is rich. He's going to Disney. I heard he's going to Disney World for 9 days. Shut up. Oh, bombs. Oh, you beautiful bitches.
Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole.
For you if she'd listening.
Oh. Can I make a bomb chute detonate like right away? Well, I suppose that, I mean, that works. Sure, just hold on to it. Sure. Fucking grab it.
Eat my asshole.
It's not the first thing to go off in your hands by the seek food.
This fucking music. This is the music for like, that's encounter music right there. Spencer, thank you for the gift, or for the bits, triple bits, holy shit. That's not the first thing to go off in your hands, bud. Oh, fuck, what the fuck? Oh, these guys. These guys are fun. Oh, it doesn't drop anything? Okay.
speedrunners never fight these guys. Why are you?
Speedrunners never fought these guys. Where are you? I don't know. I'm not because I'm not a speedrunner. How's that? How about that? Because I'm not a fucking speedrunner. Is that a good enough answer for you, dipshit? This is no. That's the way I came from. All right, you win. In return, I will sell you 1 Daegu sticks. 1 piece, 15 rupees they are. Okay. Oh, yeah, they're just Daegu sticks. Okay. I was wondering if he gave me something else since they are, since it's a randomizer, but maybe not. Oh, my shield is gone! Right. Someone told me to unequip that. Yep. Shit. Okay, so maybe I don't know how to do that. Oh my god, the fucking targeting though. What are you looking at? I can't get up there! I'll get it. I'll get it at some point. I'll figure it out. I'll... Those dicks ever gonna drop me bombs? Oh, you like my Alice in Chains shirt? It was a gift from a friend, or someone I thought was a friend until today's alerts. God, nothing in those pots now? Man, I can't wait to bomb some of the dongos. The only problem is I don't have enough bombs for these dongos. And I don't have the fucking Goron bracelet, so I can't pull up bomb flowers. Huh. Hello, Zeke. I am the pot maker. I make pots and put things in them. Sadly, I had to inform you that due to sheer amount of pots you destroy, I'm not able to keep buying up items to put into them, so you're on your own, bud. Oh. And this fucking asshole. I can't do anything to him. I don't have a fucking shield anymore! I'm a shrubber. My name is Raja. Raja the Shrubber. That's the pickup sound. That's nice. Hey, there we go. They're giving me some bombs. Yeah, setting the low heart noise to hey really is gold. It is such a fucking good time. Alright. Well, okay. I have 11. I mean, that should be plenty. Not there. Not here. Oh, good God. Fuck you. You don't want to be a part of this? Fine. Finally got to watch Mickey 17. I liked it. Yeah, I didn't. I wasn't a big fan, man. I don't know. Just didn't hit me the right way, I suppose. So what's the secret to these fucking Dodongos here? Put the bomb down before they inhale. Okay. Oh, first of all, they're Lizalfos. Oh, okay. They're not Dodongos? Okay. Well, that was terrible. Oh! Does this not deserve targeting? Wow. Well, that was easier. I probably don't even have to kill these fucking guys. I probably just have to light all the torches, don't I? Nope. That did not open any doors. Fucking hell! That is fucking diabolical. What do you want to bet any of these pots have hearts in them? Nope, no hearts. Just kill me. Just fucking kill me. Yes, that is the low heart alert. Oh, okay. Is this the door I opened? It is. It must be. Okay. Fine. No! Cool. Oh, now I can't get out of here. Great. So I had to kill him with a bomb. I can't do the bomb plans, guys. I don't have the Goron bracelet. So if I don't do this, I'm soft locked. Or I can die. This is close. It's fine. That's a fun little epileptic fucking scene there. Okay. Scared me there for a minute there, game. Eat my asshole!
Hey. Hello. Hey. 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 Hey. Hello. Hey.
Now, why won't they target the golden sculpture that's right there? Okay. Yeah, the golden sculptures are not targetable, apparently. Okay. Sure. Oh my God! Target one of them! Thank you. Oh, fun. Oh, fun. Oh, did that just like solve the thing that I wasn't supposed to be able to solve? Until like bomb flowers? Yeah, much easier without the flowers, yep. Am I having fun? Yeah, I'm having more fun. One moment. I'm having more fun now that I realize like you just gotta fucking work out how to like progress without having like all like the proper tool, but you have a correct enough tool. Like maybe the arrow won't do it, but the hook shot will, and so on and so forth. I mean, hearts are fun, but bombs are better. Can a guy get some bombs? Okay, these guys. How long does that guy run away from me? Okay. Ow. Bombs! Nice. Jesus fucking Christ. More bombs! Hooray! I know I don't want to go down there, right? That's to a place I've already been before. Why did I come in this room? Oh, there was another door. Oh, there was another door, right? I couldn't see the other door. There we go. Sorry, a song. Let's go. What does that one do? You can do Lost Woods now. Okay. Oh, I do not want to jump down there. No, 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 no. Oh, what about over there? Shit. That's nothing important? Okay. Oh, this will open the mouth? Oh, no, not yet. Giant dead Dodongo. When it sees red, a new way will be open. Oh, right. There you go. Wait a minute, did I just turn around? I did. Fuck me. Oh my god, the Bigoron sword! Bigoron sword! Forged by a master smith and won't break. Oh god, that's gonna be, when I get to adult Link, it's gonna be so easy mode. Oh right, I gotta mark that. Bigoron sword, there it is, badoosh. Yeah. Mark it foul! Mark it 0! You flippin' twit. Oh shit! Okay, so these guys, I can nut them? Wait, nut them like with a nut? Or with my slingshot? Oh, there, that'll do it. All right, I'll sell you Deku seeds for 30 pieces, 40 rupees they are. I gotta see if this is random. No, they're not random. Okay. Okay. Just making sure. Oh, well, fuck you. Get up there! Is it time? It's time! Oh, not yet though. Oh, god damn you. Target the fucking thing, thank you. Thank you. Why is that so difficult? Oh, okay. That needs to be. Yep. All right. Bombs! Yes, all the bombs. That's the battle music. That's when you've been noticed by an enemy. The Dodongo's dungeon map, yeah! Oh, fuck, that was it? Were there any Indie Fest titles that got your attention? Oh yeah, there was a lot. There was a bunch. I wishlisted a bunch that day. The most weeb thing. I don't really have any fucking weeb shit anymore. All my weeb shit is gone, bro. I know. I guess the most weeb shit. It's not even weeb shit, but this is the closest I got. Not going to beat the boss? What? There's the boss? Like you go to the boss? What is wrong with you people? Seriously, what is wrong with you that makes this so fucking awesome for you? You are broken. You are damaged. Fuck, I'm glad I'm dead. Ugh. It's that last one that really just drives it home, right? Climb on it! Nope. Scott said he was gonna change that 2 hours ago. Oh. So I can like use a mamba? What the fuck is a mamba? Oh, a bomb. That, okay. That did not look like a bombable thing. Oh well. You like this boss music? Well, that obviously wasn't close enough. What are you doing? I know, throw him in the mouth! It threw it in the mouth the first fucking time, and then it wouldn't do it again! For fuck's sake! Am I not throwing it? Is there a different thing? Oh, I gotta press A to throw it, probably? Oh, you have to be moving forward. Oh, that's what happened. Okay. There we go. Okay, that's exactly what happened. Yes, the music is randomized too a little bit. Yep. So the boss music is that. We got him. Or what does he give me? Oh my god. Thanks. Thanks for that. Grandma gave me a 5 rupees in my birthday card. Thank you. I'm rich. Fallout RC, thank you for the 108 months, by the way. Oh shit, Vincent, you gifted a sub to Faucius. I didn't see that. And I gifted a sub to Hey Assholes. Thank you for that. Tony Tone, thank you for the bits. Spencer, thank you for the bits. Stryer, Royce, thank you guys, all of you. You got a blue rupee. That's 5 rupees. Thanks. When you get any full heart pieces? Well, I have 2 heart pieces so far. Oh. Fucking little fucking asshole. God damn this fucking guy! Fuck you, Pete! Fuck all of you! Stop it! You are all going to hell. You're all going to hell.
Well, now I just have to.
Jesus Christ! Yes! Yes! Oh my God! Wow. I can buy the Goron tunic for 200 rupees. I just need 60 more rupees and I can go buy the red tunic. That would be nice. Since I don't have any fucking... Oh, I don't have Zelda's song. So what else do I do now? What would you suggest, randomizer people? I do have Zelda's Lullaby? No, I have Saria's song, Song of Time, and Song of Storms. Oh, the Song of Time is Zelda's Lullaby, is it? Oh, okay. Right A down, right A down. Oops. Nah! Weird. That ain't it, son! I don't have Zelda's Lullaby. Yeah, that's what I thought. I know it's a different song. But fucking Mule here seems to think it is. Okay, so okay. God damn it! This guy is like hidden behind so many bombs, isn't he? Okay, just two. Isn't there a big guy in here or something? Fuck me. Oops, no, that. There he is. Oh, shit! What do you want? Okay, thanks. I'm working on something really cool right now, but I think it's gonna take a while. So if you can wait 5 or 6 years, it should be ready, okay? Okay. They say that bomb chews 10 pieces can be found in the graveyard. This fucking song, though. Oh, the other blocked path leads to the Lost Woods. You can do some checks there. Okay. The other blocked path. These are Song of Time things, right? Not the lava one. Okay. That's an adult puzzle. Yes, this is my first randomizer of Zelda, yes. I don't know where the fuck I'm going, dude. Block path is lower right on the map. Okay. Aha! Oops. Well, that'll work. Whatever. Yo, Snuffles! Thank you, Snuffles, with the 10 gifted subs to Sentient Pickle, Yolosaurus Rex, Sir Welchmertz, Mike Lemmer, Talix ZZZ, Syscom, TomTom0311, Aldaris, Xeonicus, and Maddie Girl.
Hail, Berserker!
Thank you so much for those. Appreciate that, Snuffles. There are 2 checks with skull kids and the slingshot and a slingshot target. I did the slingshot target already. That's how I got the. I got something really good, but I really don't know which way to go. I got the sword. That's right, I got the sword. Okay. So I can't do anything here because I don't have the boots for it, right? Oh, just go the wrong way? Okay. Oh, now I'm in the Sacred Forest Meadow. That guy's a real bitch. Oh, there's a secret bombable hole where you fought the wolf? Oh, fuck. I only have 1 bomb. Like here-ish? That'll do. Oh shit, that worked. There we go. That's how you do it. Okay, I get it now. Yeah. Oh, Randomizer. Oh, Randomizer, how we love thee. Yep. No, it just sucks that I haven't got a heart container. I should have five hearts by now, you know, if it wasn't a randomizer. No, why change it, Scott? Why? It's working.
Asshole.
It's working wonders. It's not losing me viewers at all. It's probably not losing me viewers at all.
Hey.
I would be surprised if it was actually doing anything to my viewership.
Hey. No, I think it's good, Scott.
Fucking Scott! I'm going to mute until you fucking remove that. Your magic power has been enhanced. Now you have twice as much magic power. Well, look at that. Let's get that marked. Yeah, magic plus. Boom. That doesn't help me at all. When you want to hear my voice, play Saria song. You can talk with me anytime. Okay. Here I go. Saria's song is... down, right, left, down, right, left. Yes? You dink! This is Saria, can you hear me? I don't mind talking to you using the Ocarina's magic, but I really like talking to you face to face. Yes. Okay, no. Oh, please! Please, God! Scott, it's time. Scott, it's time. It's time. Scott, it's time. It's time. It's time.
One more for the road.
What was it? No! Shit! Left, right, up, down! I don't remember! My fucking brain! Down, right, left! What is happening? I am seriously losing my fucking mind here. Here's the thing, buddy. I'm in my car. You got about an hour left. Oh, fucking fuck you, dude. You have not experienced a pre-internet urban myth that this does anything for you. Welcome, Zeke. This does nothing at all. Saria's song does nothing at all? I need the Forest Temple song. Great. Okay, so... Yes, I need this song. Whatever this song is. Yep, I need the Forest Temple song. So now where do I why did I even come here? Oh, this is an adult temple? Where do I go then, guys? My God! Will somebody just kill me, please? Oh, yes. Yes, heal me, heal me. Heal my fucking ears. They say that showing the Mask of Truth in the Deku Theater rewards a purple rupee. And no one cares. They say that plundering Gerudo's fortress is a foolish choice. Go back to Kokiri, walk back into the Lost Woods, and start playing Saria's song for that Skull Kid. Okay. There he is. Okay. You know, sorry, song. We should be friends. Here, take this. Please be something good. Bomb choose. Okay. Hey, do you think my face is kind of plain? It's just not very unusual. Okay. Now what? It's not a bloopy.
I ain't asking for the world here. I'm just asking for an 8-ball and $2 million.
That's all I'm asking for. An 8-ball, $2 million. I surrender. I can sell you a mysterious item, but it'll cost 40 rupees. Zora's Sapphire! What? The spiritual stone of the water passed down by the Zoras. Okay. I can't remember what that does. Is that like a key item? There it is. Okay, Zora's Sapphire. Got it. Okay. Oh, 1 of 3 items needed to become Adult Link. Oh my god. So we just skip Zora's dungeon. Nice. I can actually become Adult Link now. Okay. Yeah, you have to. I have to do it for the chest. Yeah, I realize that. Two more checks. Slingshot. I did the slingshot one already. We got the sword from the slingshot bullseye thing. But Kokiri Forest hint chest. No idea. Oh, I can do a music thing. Okay. Follow along with our song on your ocarina, and we'll lead you into it. Okay. Down, up, right, A, up. Down, up, right, A, up. That was quite a nice session. As a token of our friendship, please take this. Is it worth it to go get the red tunic? No? Okay. Oh, it won't even let you. Oh, okay, okay. All right, so what now? Go be Adult Link? That's the sound of nighttime. Wait. Well, shit. Hey, I did it without killing myself. Crazy. And that's the sound for morning, by the way. Damn it. Oh, play the Song of Storms. Right, that's the middle. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. And the Song of Storms is... A down up. Oh, right. Nope. Wait for it. There you go. A green potion for 40 rupees? No. A red potion for 40 rupees? No. How about some magic beans? How many do I buy? Buy like 3 beans? Okay. Oh, they keep going up in price. Oh no! Oh no! 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 Booby! Oh fucking! Fuck this! Fucking! I need the chicken across the fucking lake.
You're a cunt.
Yes, I know. Oh, there's a bottle up there. Can I make that jump? On tree play song. I don't fucking know. Tree? There's a tree somewhere? Oh, the song for the frogs? I remember that bit. Oh God, please, please, no, don't, please, oh fucking God. Play Song of Storms, they like it. Yeah, I remember. A down up, okay. Wow, the melody's so cool, Ribbit! Singing in the rain, oh what a feeling, Ribbit! Please take this as a token of Frogger's gratitude. Ribbit, alright, see you, Ribbit! Oh my God, that's 3! Almost got a fucking full heart container. Yeah, get bottle. How? I can't make that jump. It's morning. The zombies are out. Oh, take the chicken. Leave the cannolis. No! Would you target the fucking enemy, please, you goddamn old-ass game? Where'd the chicken go? Wow. There's always money in the banana stand. Doesn't Z lock on enemies? Oh, it does when you're actually, like, when it decides it wants to fucking do it. Okay. So okay. Jesus fucking Christ, don't you fuck me, chicken. Okay, that'll work. That'll work. No, just stay up there. Chicken, chicken. The chicken went up the side! It's fine? Okay. The flow of this waterfall serves King Hyrule. When the king slumbers, so do these falls. Can't do it.
Kisses.
Oh, there's something. Fuck me. Can I make that fucking jump? That's why you need the fucking chicken. I can't hook shot as a kid. I can't wing boots as a kid. Yeah, see, it's grayed out. Same with the wing boots. And the Goron sword. I've got so much shit. So I'll go grow up then, yeah. Why the fuck did I even come this way? Fuck this place. And when do I get goddamn Epona? Oh, dude. Oh, I had to find. Oh, that's right. The opponent's song is going to be randomized, isn't it? Oh, what a fucking pain. Okay, I played him Song of Storms. Downright left. Will they care about this one? Oh shit, okay. We should all practice it. Take rupees as a souvenir. Okay. Okay. Well, then let's just I just go to the Temple of Time, is that right? Okay. They want to hear some Skinner. What up, TT McPeepee? Thank you for the 42 months. 142 months, I should say. Thank you very much. Yeah, you get to skip a bunch of shit. Like, you skip around a lot when doing a randomizer. Because I already have the Song of Time. I already have the big Goron sword, stuff like that, but I am missing like key items to start, like the Goron bracelet, so I had to do it all with bombs rather than bomb flowers. The Dodongo's Cavern. And the Temple of Time is in the castle, right? No, I told him to make the seed doable and fun because I haven't played this in years. So I don't know, like, the fun part about this is knowing the game well enough to know where the checks are, and I don't know where the checks are. And so Spencer made a seed that was a bit easier for me. Nope. Oh my god, really? Okay. Song of Time. Right A down. Right A down. Okay. Did that do anything? That do anything? Okay. One inside Gaddis Council, one in Lost Woods. One in Lost Woods. Ye hero who may become a hero, stand with the Ocarina. Oh, and play the. Okay, there it is. Okay. Oh, look at that! You just kind of skip getting all the gems. It's like, nah, you got them. You're good. You're fine. What happened? Oh, you normally get an item, but some chests are ice traps. Okay. Oh, skipping cutscenes. And there we go. Is that the Master Sword? Okay, so I can mark the Master Sword. I mean, we could stick with the Master Sword, or we could just skip all the way up. Because we got that already. No, this one won't break. This is the fully finished Goron sword. Water temple has a small key. Oh, good. Okay. $30 gold sculpture reveals a strength upgrade. Skull Kid grants 10 bomb chews. Slaying 50 gold. Skulltula reveals a Deku shield. Oh, fun. Good. No, the rooms are not randomized. No. No, they're not. The Spencer wasn't that cruel. Okay, hold on. So, as far as Epona's, there's no guarantee I will get Epona, is there? Because I have to have the song in order to get it. There's nothing in here. There's nothing to get. What am I even fucking doing in here? Pay me 10 rupees and you can ride. No, I don't want to ride. There's nothing here, is there? Why am I fucking here? Let's just go back to Zora's River and get that fucking bottle or whatever. I'm gonna scram because I'm a little punk. I can enter Forest Temple? No, I need the Forest Song, don't I? Oh, you can just enter it with the hook shot? Oh, okay, okay. How do I... Yeah, I don't, there's nothing wooden to hookshot to. Oh, use my floaty shoes. I found Rudo's letter in a bottle. Show it to King Zora. Stop. They said it wasn't even worth it to buy it. Yeah, the shoes are on the D-pad. I should have done that. Yep, you're right. Oh, wait. Oh, there's nothing else I can do here, is there? Because I don't have the proper songs. Oh, I can get the bracelet. Oh. Oh, right, because I got the shoes. I got the Goron's bracelet. Now I can pull up the bomb flowers that I needed years ago. Oh, there was that ledge, yeah. That right there. Ow! Stop it! Ow, quit it! Nope. Oh, shit. Okay. That was easy. Oh. Huh? Looks like there's something already inside this bottle. It's a letter. Help me. I'm waiting for you inside Lord Jabu Jabu's belly, Ruto. Please don't tell my father. P.S. Don't tell my father. Oh, I can't? Okay. All right. Wait a minute. There's another thing over here. Goddamn bomb shoes. All right. They're being really generous with bomb shoes and really stingy with the hearts. Bottom of the well hoards a heart piece. Okay, that's good to know. They say that the Shadow Temple hoards a Zora scale. Okay. Oh, I forgot to mark the corner bracelet. No, thank you for reminding me. Yep, there you go. Forgot, yep. Anything else I forgot, let me know. Hi, doggy. Oh, hi, doggy. Here's my bubba. Here's my bubba. Here's your good doggy. Hi, doggy. All right, Spence. Tell me where to go, buddy. Oh, I can mark beans. Yeah, I got 3 beans. Beans, beans, beans. Go to Kakariko? The village? Okay. Oh, a Poe! Should I go there at night, though? Oops. I think it's hilarious you kids talking shit about Zeke. You wouldn't say this shit to him at Hyrule Castle. He's jacked. Not only that, but he wears the freshest light blue tunics, eats at the chillest fairy fountains, and hangs out with the hottest Gorons. Y'all are pathetic, lol. Oh, day is better? Okay. Well, we'll wait for day then. We'll wait for the zombies to signal it's daytime. Oh, there is the letter with the chicken, or with the letter with the chicken. Horny Asian guy won. I don't know which one you're talking about, bro. Oh, horny single guy.
I become horny single guy.
I become horny single guy. Horny single guy. Yeah, that one. Oh, this is a great tune for this town. I tell you, I saw him! The gravekeeper, figure of Dampe. Looked like he was holding some kind of treasure. The man to see the truth. Okay. Will you play the full game or just today? I only have plans for today. Chicken lady. Okay, chicken lady. Hi. I bred a new type of miniature cuckoo. I call it pocket cuckoo. I don't get goosebumps from this baby. Cuckoos are very good at getting lazy late risers out of bed. Have you heard of them before? It makes them very happy to crow cuckoo, especially when it wakes up a heavy sleeper. However, my cuckoo is not entirely happy right now. You look like you're good at handling cuckoos. Here, take this egg. After the cuckoo hatches, bring it back to me after a while and I'll check out its mood. Yes. You put a big Poe in a bottle. Let's sell it at the ghost ship. Something good might happen. Okay. I had a pocket cuckoo and now it's gone. What? That's made out of wood, though. Damn it. God damn it. A down up. I always forget. Yeah! Strange kid came here and played a strange song. It messed up this windmill. Oh, you fucker! Blue rubies! Fuck you, idiots! You are all fucking idiots!
Okay.
Oh, I played Ocarina of Time, but I played it when it was fucking new. No, I didn't play the Song of Storms as a kid. Huh. Gotta finish the bottom of the well. Okay. Oh. Okay, do Dampe at the grave. Yes. Oh, I don't have an empty bottle. Okay. Nope. There we go. Oh! Yeah, big Goron sword! Don't know what to do with that, do ya? So that's nothing, just dead end. Oh, Sun Song. I don't have Sun Song. Oh, that's one I was already in. Whoever reads this, please enter my grave. I will let you have my stretching, shrinking keepsake. I'm waiting for you, Dampe. Okay. The red bar is, its colors are randomized as well. That's why my hearts are blue and the magic bar is red. And my outfit is teal. And my penis is green. All of that, yeah. Great. Well, that was lucky. Okay. Yeah, that's my beep 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 hearts out sound. That's it. Yeah. There it is. Okay, Dampy's grave. Okay. Are you fast on your feet? Oh, God, no. Oh, I remember this being a real bitch. Is it a real bitch? I may not look like it, but I'm confident in my speed. Let's have a race. Follow me if you dare. Oh, fucking fuck. This fucking asshole. Fuck you, Dampé, you piece of shit. Yeah, roll. Got it. Don't roll into the fire. Got it. Another good tip. Ah, no! Dampé, no! You were very quick to keep up with me, hee hee. As a reward, you're gonna give my treasure. It's called the hook shot. It's a spring-loaded chain will pull you at any spot where its hook sticks. Doesn't that sound cool? I'm sure it'll help you. I live here now, so come back again. I'll give you something cool. Give me some bloopies. Go ahead. party bow. All right, let's go. Oh, shit. Oh, if I didn't have the Song of Time, this would be a fucking... I guess I have to have the Song of Time in order to be an adult, so... I'm fine. Oh, god damn it. I don't remember it. Write A down. It's like true, 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 true. Oh, now I can get the fucking thing. And oh, I finally get another full fucking heart container. There we go. Loop. I mean, while we're here, we might as well try and get it past a minute. Because he gives us another item, right? And it's a randomizer, so it could be anything. No! Can I just challenge him again? Oh, last room you can hook shot to the torches to skip from running up. Okay, cool. All right. Oh, you can go forward at that fork? Okay. Well, that fucking sucks! Yeah, this is a fucking do-over. Can I quit? Okay. Oh, he'll... If he closes the door on me, he'll just warp me back to the beginning, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Fucking dick! Right in the middle of the fucking doorway. Why am I such an idiot? All right. Ah! I can't. Oh my god, the aim on this is fucking... Okay. Aiming is so shit. Oh my god, and my fucking... Oh, please, just kill me. Just kill me. Fire! Give me some fire! Throw some fire at me! Oh my god. And it's the aim is backwards too. So the up is down and down is up. It's like airplane aim. I fucking hate you, Dampe. Yeah, there you go. Just shut the fucking gate on me. Oh, it hurts me every time I fail? Oh God, no! That wasn't enough to kill me! Go, God, fire! Just kill me, fire, please! Please, fire, kill me! No! Why isn't the fire burning me? Just close the door! Please, just close the door! I swear to God that fire is RNG. Your mom is RNG. Yeah. Not even close, bud. Ah! You fucking cunt ass motherfucking bitch! Yeah, see, there's no fucking way I'm gonna be able to aim that hook shot. You kidding me? Oh my God. No! Anytime I get a coin, I know I went the wrong fucking way! Can I turn the stupid Navi notification off? That's part of the randomizer. Spencer put that in for all of you to enjoy. So when my hearts are low, that's what's happening. Because Spencer hates me, you, and apparently everyone else. Oh, that fucking fire! I'm just sick to death because I can't fucking. Because that fire is just unpredictable. And then, yeah, if you miss a roll, you bonk the wall, you're fucking fucked. No! You could take a break. I could. Fucking asshole. I will never, ever forgive you for this, Spencer. I will never, ever fucking forgive you for this. I will never forgive you for this. This was such a fucking awful thing to do to me. I can't, I just want to die. I'd rather just sit here in silence. And of course, none of those gives me hearts. Is there a way to get to the... Oh, wait, this gives me something, right? Oh, yeah. Nope, that's the wrong thing. There we go. Yeah, why don't you pull up the spoiler log and see if it's worth doing beating Dampaver the second time? Okay. Oh, does that have to be at night?
Hey, 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 hey,
Oh.
hey, 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 hey,
Okay.
hey, 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 yay 86 months.
Oh, this
Hey.
fucking
Hey.
sucks! Wow. It's so sensitive. It's not worth doing the second race? Okay, good. Glugschfickel, thank you for the 86 months, and fuck you for your message. Ah!
Hey, 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 be bobble hey, hey, hey,
No!
hey, hey,
The fucking controls are
Be bubble hey.
backwards!
hey, 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 hey.
Oh my god, you guys have fucking fun. Okay.
Hey.
Nope. Nope. Muted. Broken NPC wants to be shitboxed. Okay. Can we do that? Where are you? There you are. Okay. Okay. No! Come on! Ah! completely fucking left! No! Fuck you! Holy fuck. Tell us how I really feel.
No! No!
Secret bombable holes. Yeah, where at? I know there is one, but where is it? Everglass, go ahead, tell me. Great songs for these guys. I got 30 nuts. No, I don't think I've gotten 10 gold sculptulas yet. Yeah, I think I only have 8. Yeah. Oh, also don't forget that tomorrow's Indie Saturday, so give me your indie games. I'm going to start with a sponsored stream of 33 Immortals. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Anybody who wants to download the demo of 33 Immortals and wants to play with me tomorrow, I'll have open slots for you to play with me tomorrow. Because we're going to start the day with a little sponsored stream of that. And if you download the demo, you can play with me, apparently. So that should be fun. I have open sluts. Am I going to the forest? I don't know. Which way to the forest? Fucking hell. I hate not having a fucking horse. Oh, this is the worst. The bottom of the map, right? Yeah. Can't I warp there? I have to have like the Song of the Forest or whatever to warp there, don't I? Yeah. God, who likes this shit? Fucking randomizer bullshit. It's the worst thing I've done yet. Wait, is this the... This, no, bottom of the map, you said. This is not the right place. That's Lake Hylia. Forest is east?
Oui.
Yep. Yeah, that's about right. That seems right. Just a little fuck you for the road. Yeah, this is where I would like to really have some speed tech. Know how to do it, I guess. Wow, our town really turned into a dump. Okay. Right. Up this way. Well. Okay. Not that way. It's a beautiful echo though, isn't it? I got the Goron's ruby. It's stuck down here, huh? There we go. Nope. I don't really know where the fucking... I just want to go to the forest temple. I don't know how to get there. Please help me. Please, somebody help me. Go back? Okay. Okay. Right. Left. Right. Left. Oh, this fucking kid, what? What are you? You can't fool me. I promised Sorry I would never let anybody go through here. Well, fuck you, kid. What the fuck? Listen, pal. I know Saria. She gave me a song. It's down, right, left. Yeah, that melody, yep. Okay, I trust you. Fuck you, dude. I'll chop you in half. I will fucking cut you in half, little boy. Okay, that was... Now it's center, left, right. Oh, okay. Mysterious item for 40. Oh, fuck me. Arrows. Spent all my money on the fucking target game and I didn't win. Oh, is this it? I forgot. It's got the... What are these guys called again? Moblins, there you go. Oh, hook shot will paralyze him? Oh, wow. Hook shot will put him on their ass. Well, that's nice. Truly diabolical. No. You fucking fuck! Okay, I don't need the fairies now that I got all the hearts. Oh, God, long is the road and hard the out of hell leads to salvation. Nice, the big orange sword takes him off. Oh, go back, miss the chest. Okay. Don't want to miss a chest. Hey, another piece of heart. Look at that. Bloop. Oh, we can bloop this too. Bloop. We got that. Doing pretty good. Oh my God. Hello? Fucking Song of Time. God damn it. I remember there was a time when I had all of these memorized. Write A down. Ow. Oh, fuck me. You take a mortal man, you put him in control, watch him become a god. Watch people's heads roll. Dude! Okay. The boss key. Fucking really. Oh God! Just fucking someone let me die! Please hit me, let me die! Oh, mark the boss key? Oh, Forest Temple. There you go. Okay. Oh, fairy pot, nice. That's my heart. Like I'm on one heart. I'm almost dead. It's the randomizer. I got more bombs. Hooray. Okay. Yeah, it's terrible. It's just a nightmare. I just need a heart so I can listen to the music again. No, you haven't gone deaf. No, this is normal. There we go. Perfect. That'll put an end to it. Oh, but now we got a real treat for the eyes here. Yeah, that's happened. Happened before. Have I beaten many Zelda games? I've beaten all of them through Majora's Mask. So like 5 of them. This one included, but years and years ago. Oh, I love Zelda 2. Zelda 2 is one of my favorites. A lot of people didn't like that one. I loved it. Yeah. Nope. Echoes of Wisdom or Link Between Worlds? I don't even know what those are. You made those up. Those aren't even real Zelda titles. That's what I could have done in the first place. What I should have did in the first place. Oh, you fucking fucker. Fuck you. Dude, what the shit? Hey, what up? Classic Katie with the raid. Thanks, baby. Thanks for the raid, honey pie. Are we having burritos tonight? Peach, thank you for the 6 months. Minalagi with 22 months. She had a very special chocolate about 15 minutes ago. Okay. She eats a lot of those, so like, is this one like stupid dumb special? Oh.
Do you want to do some drugs?
No.
Not pot, it's microdose of shroom with me.
No, I don't. Thank you.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
I'm having a great time.
I know. I'm good though. Thank you though. I do appreciate you.
How much money to eat it?
No. I don't want to push it. With my head already like.
You'd be so happy.
I know.
You'd be just like, Ganondorf, what's up?
Ganondorf, what's up? Oh god, okay.
How's your randomizer?
It's all right.
You having a great time?
I'm having a great time.
Really
Spencer really fucked me with this one though.
This was Spence?
Yeah, this was Spencer, yeah. Yep, this is what we were setting up yesterday.
I heard about the haze. No.
Yeah.
I won't do that. No, I would never.
Yeah.
I want to have sex again one day. So no, I won't do that.
Yeah.
But I figured it's a microdose. I took one. There's no smoking because we're sick. But if you wanna.
Thanks, babe. Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Give me some ice water.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. No, it sounds it's very tempting. Okay. So what the fuck is the deal with this treasure chest and why can't I fucking hook shot over to it? I just have to fall down from up there. What up, Diabetes Dan? How you doing? Hook shot from the front of it? Okay. I can't. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I don't have the long shot, so. Well, that's fun. Oh God, oh God. Fucking kill me. Yeah, I can't even use the Kakariko or the whatever shield as an adult, can I? That's just the kid shield, right? Oh, that worked. Okay. Well, I'm not even in the right fucking spot. God damn it. No, this seat is fine. It's actually been very, very good to me. Like, I got to Adult Link really quick. I gotta skip most of the shit. There, fuck off. Really? There you go. Okay. So now that that fucker's out of the way, I can't hook shot it from the front. I don't have the long shot. I only have the hook shot, so. Yeah, I think I have to wait on that, yeah. Oh! There we go. I will enjoy that small key. Jesus Christ. Just fall down. For fuck's sake, dude. I have so much trouble falling down a hole. And now I can get the 10 Sculpture reward, whatever that may be. Two small keys. Oh, let me mark those. I haven't marked something in a while, so let's go. 1, 2. Hooray! Oh, fuck me, I'm back here. Shit, now what? Oh, that's right, I can go to the, yeah. There. 10 Sculptures. Oh, Ghost in the Bottle. Under the wing boots. There we go. I got that. Yeah, it's the music is rando too. Yeah, it's fight music when there's no fight, and when there is a fight, it's just regular random, like, you know, walking around music. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Upsy daisies. And the HUD, yeah, the colors are randomized too. Yeah, so all the HUD, all the buttons and stuff, they're randomized colors. Yep. That too. Why did you do that, Link? I did not ask you for that. Yep, see, that means a monster's noticed me. Or there is a monster going to notice me. What? Corridor's all twisted. No, it's not. I untwisted it, you dipshit. Hey, at least the music is happy. The fuck is this? Oh, okay. I know where I am now. This, yeah. Upsy daisies. Enemy has seen you. There's enemies, they have seen you. This is my first time playing Ocarina of Time? No. I've played it before. But a roundabout when it was brand new. Piece of heart. Okay. Now. Oh, fucking hell. It's those fucking guys. floppy dropping hand fucks. I do need to go down? Okay.
Fuck you, idiots! You are all fucking idiots!
Scott thankfully changed it. I've collected 3 pieces now. Okay. Nope. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, oh no. I need to go through the room twisted as it was, right? Cam Timbo, you're asking me to play a sound. Hey, I don't have anything with hey on it. There is a chest drop here. Oh, back up where I fell down? Okay. You got a fun twist on the take a sedative and try to jack up before you pass out thing. Instead of a sedative, I do a laxative. That's fun. Oh my fuck, I don't even need to do this! Oh, fucking hell! That's where I need the key. Okay. Back to the beginning, sucker! No one knows, NL Reaper. No one knows. He put on his hat and hit the old dusty trail. Take a left. Oh, okay. Take this left. Oh, there's a thing. There we go. I bet that's a fucking thing. There it is. Thank you, Everglass. All right, that's 3. Oh, I got a heart piece too, didn't I? I'm at 7. Well, would you look at that? There's something. Oh, there's one. Oh, that's right. There's one right there. What a pain in the fucking ass. Do I get to do that like 4 times? There's another key.
Z-Club, Z-Club, Z-Club.
Two hearts full damage, really. Holy fuck. Oh my god, I have to go through all of that fucking again? Oops. Up the ladder, Jesus Christ. Climb over the railing, you fucking dink. If it's what I think it is, JLC, I'm refunding your points. Yeah, I'm refunding your points. Fuck you. I reserve the right to refuse service. Dude, would you fucking target the guy? Oh, just stop targeting, no problem. I do not know how that didn't hit me. Oh, fuck off, dude. Hearts? Anybody? No, no one's gonna give me hearts? There we go. Thank you. Jesus fucking Christ. This old ass targeting system. God damn it! No! Wait, what? Wait, what? He got up? Can you can nut on him? Okay. Oh, hey, let's, no, I should have at least 6 hearts by now. And I have 4. It's just the curse of the randomizer, sure. Like, I got good items, but I'm missing health. Also a shield. Oh yeah, no, there was a hey bit alert. Yeah, that people were just, it was getting, I am very, very close to losing my sanity at the, already, like just from everything that's happened today. I'm gotten to the point where I'm gonna start denying that what cows eat and horses eat. Dude, will you please target the fucking... Oh. He jump attacked immediately after getting attacked. That's fun. That's fun. That's fun. This run back to that to the fucking fight is insulting. Because I doubt there's any boss in the game that's as fucking stupidly hard without a shield than those fucking Stalfos. That's right, you can't jump over that because that railing is specified no jumping over. Are these all just empty now because I haven't reset the dungeon? I've died! I've died countless times! Why aren't those pots reset? Oh my god, and then it just breaks targeting! No! Will you? Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. No, I want to go this way. No. Fuck you. I love monsters with phases where you can't fucking touch them! Better be a key. Oh no, I have a key. Oh, I do have to. Okay, I have another key. Hey, look at that. Okay, looks like I got 5 out of 6 keys. Massy man. No, goddamn. Oh, fuck. I don't... Okay, sure, whatever. Also, whatever. I don't even know where I'm supposed to go. Oh, there it is. Okay, this is it. Just fucking get in that door! Oh, okay. I'd rather die.
Hey. Hey.
Nope. Nope. Nope, not funny anymore. Definitely not funny anymore. Thanks, bud. Thanks for trying, Guts. Oh, I didn't even need to go in this door! No, the thing is, randomizers are great for people who, like, know the game. Like, if it was a game I knew backwards and front, I can see how randomizers would be super fun. But for a game I haven't played in 30 years, I'm just struggle bussing it. No, this is fun for you. Oh yeah, absolutely. But me, I feel like a fucking 2-year-old again, trying to figure out how to fucking stick my thumb in my ass. Two-year-olds do that, right? And I'm quitting if I have to beat those fucking Stalfos again. I'm quitting if I have to beat those fucking Stalfos again. I shouldn't have to. Okay, good. Also, those pots should be refilled and they're not. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Okay. Bullseye! Oh, not there. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Okay. Do I have to fall down that hole? Everglass? Hey, Whiskey! Thank you for the 73 months. Oh, that's nice. Nice water. I thought you knew. I thought you were guiding me, dude. Or maybe it's this door? Nope, that's I already did this one. Okay. Down the hole it is. Yep, this is, oh my God, okay. What, Navi, what? You dink, watch out, the ceiling is falling down. I'm frightfully aware, thank you. Hey, the map! That's helpful. Oh, God. There's a red herring block, isn't there? Yep. Okay. Yeah, don't target it or anything. Oh my fucking god, dude. What is it gonna take for you to target that fucking fucker? Three of 4. There we go. Oh. Thanks, honey. Alrighty. Okay. Nope. I got the big key, the big boss key. Oh, right. I forgot. I have to turn the room around. Turn the room around. Love to fight the skull bitch. $11. now. No, don't put me back up there. No, what the French toast? Isn't this supposed to be open now? Oh, maybe now it is. There we go. Now it's open. Oh my god, we're gonna go face the fucking boss and we got time. We got time. Let's go. I don't even know what the fucking goal of this game is. I forgot. I have no clue. Oh my god, it's the paintings with Ganon coming out. Oh, fun. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh. Come on, dude! Oh, that old Stalfos howl just greeting me every time I die. Or Wolfos, or whatever the fuck those guys are called. No, come on! I fucking hit him! Fucking God, dude. I can't. I need the fucking sound effect. You are evil, Spencer. You're fucking evil, man. How the fuck am I supposed to do this without a shield? Oh, okay. Toba with Willie, thank you for the 23 months. Yeah, I have a bottle with a letter in it and a bottle with a ghost in it, so I need to get rid of those somehow. Oh. There we go. Why did you switch? You fucking dumbass! God, that lightning takes 2 fucking full hearts of damage away from me. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck you! God, fuck you! Oh my God! Fuck you! Oh, good. Thank you. I was gonna say I need more arrows. Thankfully, someone gave me more arrows. Dude, that is fucking ridiculous that just one of those times where you're like, I don't feel like I was late. Usually I can tell, like, I was late. That I didn't feel late at all. Spencer, your best bet right now is just to shut the fuck up and enjoy the pain. I have nothing nice to say to you right now. Come on! Just do the single one! Didn't press the button! I pressed the button and it didn't swing the sword! Oh my god, I swear to fucking God, I swear to God, I swear. Thank you. Thank you, Blood Craze. Hey, more arrows. Nice. Okay, good. This fucking boss is such a fucking bitch. I don't know. I'll see when I get done here. See if I'm hungry. If I can beat this guy. Oh my god, I can hit him one more time? It ain't my input again! It ain't my fucking input again! I don't think the Master Sword mattered. I really don't think it matters. And I think the big Goron sword, doesn't it do more damage? I don't know, it's just a problem with the emulator. Except on Ganon for lore reasons. Is this Ganon? This isn't Ganon, right? It's like his shadow. Or phantom, yeah, there it is. Oh, eat a dick! There you go. Come in the low angle. There you go. Son of a bitch! Why is it batting it foul? Motherfucker! God! It's so fucking precise. It is so unbelievably precise for being a fucking child's game. Oh, come on! I don't want to play fucking ping pong with you. I just want to hit you once. There you go. Come closer, you prick. No, I don't want to play fucking ping pong. Yeah, come down here. Closer. You fucking floaty bitch! Oh my fucking god. Big orange sword! Let's go! God, fuck, man. Fuck that guy. There's no fucking way that guy is supposed to be that hard. What is this? The fucking compass? Are you kidding me? Thank you for the compass. For the worthless fucking compass. Yes! Wonderful! Thank you! Well, that's not the only thing you get, right?
Though. I do appreciate your money.
First prize equal.
An actual heart container! Oh my god! For fuck's sake! I have 5 full hearts now. Yes, you and Saria broke the curse on the forest temple. I can grow and flourish. Thanks a lot. You're welcome. Oh, fuck this. All right. That's it. We did it. We fucking beat the forest temple. One temple did we beat. Good God, man. Oh, thank you, Blue Craze, for the 6 months. Thank you, Dr. Drewski, with 420 bits. Toll Booth Willie with 23. All right, y'all. That was for you, Spencer. I hope you enjoyed your time here. Game's a lot more frustrating than I remembered it being. Oh, what a great start to your vacation. Yes, I'm glad. All right, tomorrow is Indie Saturday, but we're also going to be playing 33 Immortals to start the day. We got a sponsored stream of 33 Immortals. So, what I want you to do, if you want to play with me tomorrow, download the demo from Steam. And we're going to do some co-oping tomorrow if you want to play along. So get the free demo from Steam, and then we'll join up together and do some stuff tomorrow. So if you want to hop on in, we'll be doing that for the first couple hours, and then we'll be doing Indie Day for the rest of the day. So that's what's coming up tomorrow. But for now, I am going to go take a rage dump right now. So until next time. It's called 33 Immortals. It's on Steam. Yeah.
For all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying... See ya.